facing. Oh, Munson facing. Munson facing.
Next one down the leg side. Good stop by wicketkeeper Rogers, but it will be a wide. One more to the total, 98 for 4. 98 for 4. Right, turns quickly. He's into ball to Bowen. Bowen tries to clip this one. It's down to a short backward square leg. And they do scamper through for a single. Bowen is off the mark. He's on to 1. Scores on by 1 to 99. They're creeping along towards this 100. Hodge still there. He's been there from the start. He's on 45. Right, into ball to Hodge, who's driving the short extra cover, but he does get a single rather easily. On to 46 now. And the 100 has been raised for the Super Sixers. 100 for 4 here after 14 overs.
So as we go into the 15th over, we'd like to encourage you to come on down to the Webster's Park, and we also like to encourage you to sponsor segments of this game. We'd also like to thank those of you who have already contributed and those of you who are thinking about contributing and sponsoring. Thanks to Lowell Hodge himself, to Lakes World for their gracious contribution of $1,000 for the individual award, and there are more awards like those that are open, and we are asking you, if you're interested, you can give Alkins Rogers a call by dialing 235-2288 Alkins Rogers, and of course he'll be glad to accept your contribution.
David will continue. In a very offside packed field for Monson Hodge. It will suggest that David will be bowling outside the line of the off stump. Only one man deep on the leg side. Very risky. But here comes David. He's into bowl to Monson Hodge, who's getting one off the outside edge. It's going to go down towards the third man boundary. It will not get to the boundary. The chasing will be done there by Harrigan, but they are able to get through for 3 runs. Hodge moves ever closer to his half century. He is on to 49. Score on by 3 to 103. 103 for 4. Long on, long off, deep extra cover, a deep cover point. The fieldsman, as they're now taking another man from the leg side and pushing him into the offside. This is a strange field. Just the long on and the short mid wicket in place on the leg side to Masimba Bowen. Here comes David. He's into Bowen, who comes across and he's bowled him. Kenroy David with an absolute perler, getting some inward movement off the surface. He got Bowen across, trying to play down the wrong line, and he has been bowled. He has to go for 1. Good bowling from Kenroy David.
And the score now is 104 for 5. 104 for 5. Our next batsman is...
It looks like it may be Damian Hodge, who I think is the new batsman for the Farrington Super Sixers. Hodge coming in a lot lower than he would normally, batting at number 7. Hodge, you know, to be a top order batsman, usually an opener. But Kenroy David with some very good bowling. You could see that he got Masimba Bowen completely fooled, because Bowen came across trying to play into the leg side. But I think the natural angle of Kenroy David's delivery, he's not really, he doesn't come quite over the top. It's more from the side, really, for a bit of an angle with his deliveries, natural delivery. So he gets some natural inward movement to the right hander. and that is what deceived Masimba Bowen. Hodge will be the new batsman, as they will maintain just having 3 men on the leg side for now. A very large gap at square leg. There's nobody at square leg. It's a backward square and a mid wicket. As here comes David into ball to Damien Hodge, who's going to leave this one alone outside the line of the off stump. It will be no runner. Backward square, a mid wicket, a long on, long off, short extra cover, deep extra cover, deep cover point, and a third man. Not the most ordinary field setting. Here comes David. He's into ball to Hodge, and Hodge is clipping this one only as far as the short backward square leg. Fielder, the stumps have been hit, but leg byes will be signaled as Monson made it home safely. Scores on by 1 to 104, and it brings Monson Hodge onto strike. And again to Monson Hodge, they go to this odd field setting of just a mid-wicket and a long on the leg side. Absolutely no one square or behind square on the leg side. Everyone is packed onto the offside. A long off, short extra, a deep cover point, a point in the circle, and a third man in the circle. The ball has to be well outside the line of the off stump. It's David. He's into ball to Monson Hodge, who's cheering this one straight down the ground. It will fall safely and get into the boundary for 4, and that will be the half century for Monson Hodge. Back in Anguilla, back into the APL, and back amongst the runs for Monson Hodge.
And that 4 brought us to the score to 109 for 5.
Monson Hodge has brought up his half century with he's batted very well from start to finish. He's been there from the first ball. He's still there now into the 15th over. As now David is looking to get his long on a bit straighter. David into ball to Monson Hodge. Slower ball. Hodge is going to drive it down towards the extra cover region. It will go close to the rope, but the man from cover comes across to do the fielding. They do get 2 runs in the end. Hodge on to 55, and that's where he will stay at the end of 15 overs. It is 111 for the loss of 5 wickets. 111 for 5. 111 for 5. Bowen, the man gone in that over. He was bowled by Kenroy David. 111 for 5 as we're going into the 16th over. Looks like it will be right to continue the bowling. It will be Rolando Wright. He will be bowling his left arm spinner from this the commentary box end. Deep square leg, sorry, is being brought a bit straighter. So a deep cover, long off, long on, a deep, really deep forward square leg. As here comes a right, he's into ball, and Hodge is driving down to a short extra cover for a single. Damien Hodge adds 1 to his tally. Scores on to 112. Brings the half century and Monson Hodge on to strike. Now that will be right to continue. between umpire and stumps into bowl to Monson Hodge. Hodge is back and he's cutting powerfully, but down to deep cover for a single. On to 56 now is Hodge, as Damien Hodge is now on strike. Right into bowl to Damien, and he's driven it straight past the bowler. Man in Fungi comes off the boundary, does the fielding, it throws a bit wild, but a right will do the cleaning up. He's always a live wire, is Fungi. Always a live wire on the field. And they have no harm, it is just a single.
So the score is now on to 114. 114 for 5.
114 for 5, I believe, the score. 114 for 5.
We're now into the 16th over.
As here comes righties into bowl, and it's driven down to a short extra cover. It will be one more to the tally of Monson Hodge. He moves on to 57, and the score on to 115. 115 for 5. Alright, once again he is into ball to Damien Hodge. This one down the leg side, and a wide will be called and signaled by umpire Morton. Score on by 1 to 117. 117 for 5. As right will continue around the wicket to Damien Hodge, who's getting this one off the top edge, and it's taken there at backward point. A good catch at short backward point means that Damien Hodge has to go. Once again, a good ball by Rolando Wright. Hodge is gone for 2, and the score is 117 for 6.
117 for 6.
Well, the new batsman for the Super Sixers, I suspect it. I think it may be the man Rondell, but if I remember correctly, he's a wicketkeeper from St. Martin, right? Yes, Longville. I believe that they used to call him Amigo back when I played against him for St. Martin. He was their wicket keeper for a number of years at the age level. The man that they called Amigo, Rondell Longville. And he'll have the over of Wright to contend with. Wright having a couple balls left in this over, in his spell really. As he's in now to bowl to Longville. It's flighted and wrapped on the pads there, but probably going down the leg side. Keeper comes across to do the fielding. It's going to be close, but the throw was over the stumps. Leg byes will be called and signaled. Scores on to 119, and that will be the score at the end of 16 overs. It is 119, 119 for 6.
$119 for 6 as we go into our 17th over. And we continue to thank our sponsors for coming on board. We'd like to thank Radio Anguilla, Class FM, Lloyd Live, 97.7 FM, Mega Charles 54, who's always with us, Clean Stream, Best Buy Supermarket, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla.
For number 17 to commence. It's David from the Central Polyclinic end. And then out long off. Keep extra cover. Here is Peters to ball to Hodge. Hodge is hitting this one to vacant mid wicket 4 runs. 1, 2, 3 bounces and skips across the rope now. Vacant to deep mid wicket. And Hodge moves on to 61, the scorer tells me. 61 is Monson Hodge. He's on 61. With him is Longville yet to score. It's David. Oh, that's a wide. That's a wide outside the line of the off stump. Score moves on to 124. 124 it is for 5. Wicket falling at 32, 42, 82, 91 and 104. Here is the ball to Hodge. Hodge is looking to force this one past the man there at Shakava can't. Score remains on 124. 124 for 5. In the course of over number 17. David runs his hands in his trousers, turns at the top of his mark, runs away, passes umpire Webster, ball to Hodge. Hodge gets a wide outside the line of the off stump, doesn't have to play, but gets the run. Score moves on to 125. Looking at 160 minimum here. 125 it is. Here is David to ball to Hodge. Well set man. Said Hodge is beaten outside the line of the off stump. Slow ball. Getting some height. Slow ball hit into the deck. Gripping and bouncing. Score remains on 125. 125 for 5. Monson Hodge tops away. Number 4 back on his back. Waits for David into this delivery. He's whipping this one. This one is going to go close to the fence. The man has a lot of work on the long on boundary. He's not going to get there. He gets there just in time to fetch it from over the boundary rope. Monson Hodge, he marches on to 65. Hodge is on 65. Total moves on to 69. 129 score. 127 he says. So he said that you were counting too fast. So the score is 127. 127. Corrected there by the scorer. Here is David to bowl to Hodge. Bowls to Hodge. Outside the line of the off stump. He's hitting this one down to straight to deep extra cover. Hodge moves on by 1 to 66 and the total moves on to 128. 128. There's a change in field to accommodate the new batsman and Longville. Randall Longville. That's another ball outside the line of the off stump. Another wide call by umpire Webster. Score moves on to 129. 129. David, and then very loose here. You have to look to tighten things up. These are the depth overs, and in the depth overs, you really have to pull out all your stops. It's David. He walks up the top of his man. Runs away to bowl to Longville, bowl to Longville. Longville is leaving this one outside the line of the off stump, and end of the over. And at the end of 17, the Super 6 has been asked to bat by the Razer Massive. They are 129 for 6 scorer or for 5? For 6. Yes, that's for 6. Been misled a bit there by scoring chart in front of me, but been confirmed there by the official score says it's 129 for 6. Lonville is on 1 and Manson Hodge is on 66.
Yes, we're now into the 18th over with a score at 129 for 6.
It is a Sherwin Peters. I don't know why am I saying Kenroy. I was saying Kenroy Peters, and it is Sherwin Peters. Kenroy Peters is the left-hand seamer from St. Vincent, from a West Indies player. It's a Sherwin Peters from St. Martin, Leeward Island, the law and the batsman. Sherwin Peters from this commentator's booth end. Runs away from ball to the well set man Monson Hodge. Ball to Hodge. Hodge is looking to run this one through back one. Doesn't make contact. Or goes through. Not taken cleanly by the keeper. Score remains on 129 in the course of over number 18. 2 to go after this one. I look for the 25 runs or so off this one. The remaining 3. Here is Peters, the ball to, and it's ball! Monson Hodge looking to play across the line. Naughty shot, looking to go across the line. He should have hit that one back down the ground. Was going across the line, loses his off stump, and Sherwin Peters' reintroduction has brought the downfall of Monson Hodge. Stump knocked out of the ground for 66, and it's 129 for 7. For the setback for Farrington Super Sixers. 2.4 overs to go. Terry Adams is the new batsman. Terry Adams with number 19 on his back. We'll look to the battle for the Super Sixers. Manson Hodge, first innings of the APL Season 2 2022. A wonderful half century. Going to carry on. The first ever playing in APL. It's Terry Adams, the new batsman, to do battle for Farrington Super Sixers. Is Sherwin Peters. Sherwin Peters, who will have different ideas. Will look to send back Terry Adams as well. Here is Peters, the ball to Adams. Adams is getting one that is rocking on the pad, heading on the leg side, no appeal. Score remains at 129, 129 for 7. Very breezy, windy afternoon at the James Ronald Webster Park. Beautiful sunshine, a bit hazy from the Sahara dust in the atmosphere. Here is a Sherwin Peters, the ball to Terry Adams, ball to Adams. Adams is walking this one to backward of square. They get 1. That's all they'll get. Adams is off the mark. He's on 1, and the total moves on to 130. 134 for 7. Long on, long off. Deep extra cover. Man at backward of point. Man on the mid wicket boundary. Man in the circle at deep backward square. Peters to Longville. Longville's looking for a quick single. It's not there. I'm not sure if he knows who Terry Adams is. He would have to run that 2 runs by himself. Because that wasn't a run at all, not with Terry Adams in the crease. Terry Adams will always tell you, it takes 2 to make a run. And so if you want to run down and I say no, you would have to make that run by yourself. Not the fastest between the stumps. 134-7. Here is Sherwin Peters, the ball to Longville, ball to Longville. Longville is getting one down the leg side. This is going to run close to the fence, and in fact, you could just travel the down and get it from the over the fence because it's gone over the fence. It's 5 wide, says the umpire, and the total. Those are gracious runs accepted by the Super Sixers. Total moves on to 135. 135 for 7. Longville is on 1. Terry Adams, his partner, is on 1. So far, the premium scorers for the Super Sixers. Palmer with 34. Proctor with 15. Munson Hodge with 66. Here is Sherwin Peters, the ball to Longville. It's done on the onside. No run result in there. It's straight to the man Harrigan. That's Keith Harrigan. Is that short mid-wicket. The over coming to an end, and the end of over on number 18, it is 135 for 7.
135 for 7. We are now into over number 19. 2 overs to go, and it's a good time to bring you up to date with our sponsors and to welcome any other sponsor who would be willing to come on board with us here at the APL. APL stands for the Anguilla Premier League, and of course Alkins Rogers' number is open, so you can give him a call and indicate what your sponsorship would be like. His number is 235-2288.
It's going to be David who's going to continue from the far end. Again, we say thanks to Mr. Lowell Hodge, who has graciously sponsored our sheets here, and Porty, Livingston, Clifton has been doing a tremendous job. And so he has been supplied with scoring sheets from Mr. Hodge. We are grateful that you are on board with us, Mr. Hodge. Here is David to bowl to Adams. Adams is getting one outside the off sub wide. A call and signal by the umpire. It's very reckless. Not very disciplined bowling from David. That's what we are accustomed to seeing. As we hear out the likes of Jacob Pauls, Dimitri Adams and the likes who are in tune with us. Here is David to bowl to Adams. Getting one. He is all around the place. David is wider down the leg side, is wider on the half stump, and the signal that is going to come from the umpires that 3 runs is going to be added to the total. That's 139. It's another wider down the leg side. 139 for 7. Adams is on 1. Spartan Longville is on 1. Here is David again, looking to get his line right. Ball to Adams. Pass on by Webster. Ball to Adams again. This one is a wide outside the line of the off stump. Oh, he's reckless. He's wayward. Not getting his angle right. His radar is way off. 140 has been raised. Looking for 155, 160. Here is David to bowl to Adams. Adams is hitting this one down the ground. They have gone for 1. It's all they're going to be. As the man of the long on boundary comes in and field. Total moves on to 141. Adams is on to 2. Brings Longville on into stride. Taps away, waits for David. When David is there, he is hitting it down through the cover region. Man of deep extra cover boundary fields. Longville is on to 2. So both batsmen are on 2. And the score is 142. So it's all 2. Don't play that at all. That's not a good number to play. And this occasion, that's a slow ball. Terry Adams going for a big... Oh, he's gone! He's gone! He's been sent! He is out! He's gone! Caught behind. The umpire was waiting to see if he would walk. Adams didn't walk. And umpire Webster said, Mr. Adams, you're out of here. So the jetted finger goes up and Terry Adams goes for 2. I told it was not a good number. It was all 2s.
Well, if I had tried to play it, I would be unsuccessful.
Well, you may just be successful. Nonetheless, it's 142 for 8. 142 for 8. And the new batsman is, wait to see, that seemed to be
I have no idea.
Long the field, long the fault. Is that we wait to get some clarification? Long the fault is the new batsman. Long the fault, number 2 is back to join his St. Martin counterpart. It's 142 for 8. Wickets falling on 34, 42, 89, 91, 104. $129, 142. It's David, eh? It's Bolt along the field, the new batsman. Bolt along the field. It's ball! David, after being wayward and really couldn't get his radar right, has 2 and 2. He's on a hat trick. David is on a hat trick. With after 3 wides, he has gotten 3 wickets. And his skipper will say, well, I'll accept that any day. After 3 wides on the trot, he has 2 wickets. And the final batsman is walking in, and it is Raymond Adams. Raymond Adams being demoted to number 11 today. And it is 142 indeed. Yes. Now the fault been bowled by David for no score. It's 142 for 9. Well, at one stage they were 129 for 7 and they were looking for some 35 or 40 more runs. It's not to be had. See what Adams can do here. Adams joins his partner Longville. It's the left-handed Adams, Raymond Adams, who taps away and is waiting for David, who has sent his short 3rd man back to regulation 3rd man on the boundary. Deep extra cover, backward point, mirror off. Long on, here is David to bowl to Adams. Adams, oh! It's squared up. That's a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Adams didn't know much about that one. Ball going through. Not taken it cleanly by the keeper. Not allowing the same window. So Adams survives. It's 142 for 8. Here for 9. Sorry. Here is David to bowl to Adams. Adams is getting one outside the line of the off stump, and wide call and signal by the umpire. Oh yes, signal over. Well, I saw the hands went out by the side, and it is indeed over, signal by the umpire. Well, very strange when signal in the end of the over, umpire Webster. And at the end of over number 19, it's 142 for 9 at the end of over number 19. So with 1 over to go, it's going to be Sherwin Peters. The Leeward Island middle order batsman. Bowls some medium pace. rightfully called man all around now. England and New Zealand in battle there in the test match, second test match. Here is Peters to bowl to Longville, who gets a Yorker, digs it out. Well bowled, well played, no run resulting. 5 balls remaining in this over. In this innings, 5 balls to go. 5 legal balls, that is. Here is Sherwin Peters to bowl to Longville. Final pair at the crease. Peters to Longville. Longville is hitting this one down to long on. It's not going to be a catch. Akeem doesn't feel well, and there's a fumble. He gets back for 2. Longville moves on by 2 to 4, and the total moves on to 144. 144. Can they get up to 150? Have to be seen. Another good bit of work there by Akeem Charles on the long on boundary. Here is Peters at the top of his mark. Trickles and runs away. Passes up by Morton. Ball to Longville. Longville is swinging this one. High, hard, handsome. One understands and over the road. That goes away for 6. The 150 has been raised. 150 has been raised. And that's a wonderful shot by Longville.
A beautiful shot there by Longville. Ball over the pavilion, into the main road, and onto the property on the other side of the main road for 6.
A lovely shot there, David. Rather, that was Peters. Was too straight, and Longville walking across the stumps and saying, "I'll fetch you. I'll get a bit of this." And a powerful man, and he showed you that he is not big for just a waist. He really has some power behind his size, and that was a good shot, a good hit, and it went over forward a square boundary. That goes away for 6.
And we were
150
wondering,
being raised.
yes, we were wondering if they would be able to make the 150 before the end of the 20th over, and I'm sure it's surprising to know that he did hit that 6.
No, Longville. See, I'm a no-nonsense batsman. I'm not a rabbit with the bat at all. Wicket keeper batsman. I can hit the ball. He says, and I'm going to show you.
And so he did.
They would have all played in the St. Martin League together, and so Sherwin Peters would have had some knowledge of him. On this occasion, Longville getting the better of Peters. And we are waiting for the return of the ball. And the ball comes back just about now. The ball is back with us. And so we are going to continue. 150 has been raised. 150 for 9. The umpire is just going to check that ball. It says, no, don't need to check it. I just need to get it back to the bowler. But it is in good shape. Lovely shot there by Longville. Peters will try again. Well, the umpire Morton says we need to check that ball after going so far, hitting the pavilion and going into the road. Here is Peters, the ball to Longville, ball to Longville. Longville to this delivery, is getting one down the leg side, wide. It is going to go into the fence, it's gone away for 4, that's 5 runs. Is it runs? Oh, it's runs. It is runs. I thought for a moment it was wide, but it came off the edge. He got some bat onto it, and it goes away for 4. Longville moves on to 14, the scorer. The scorer says 13, and the score moves on to 154. 154. 154 for 9. It's the score. Longville is getting a move on in this, the final over. So some 12 runs already in this, the final over. Some 12 runs, a very healthy over for the Super Sixers. A good way to finish. Good way to take the momentum into the second innings, second half of this game. At the end of the 20, we're going to have a double change. We're going to have Doc and Man Kelsick in the seats. It's going to be Kenroy. That's Sherwin Peters too. Longville is pulling again. That's 1-2 bounces into the fence. 4 more runs down to backward square. And that's a good shot. Oh, Longville is turned it on. That's a lovely stroke. And the score races on to 158. I was saying 160 at one point. I was saying that it was out of reach. But Longville, it was wide outside the off stump, but Longville walked across the wicket and still got it through to backward square. Oh, that's a good shot. That is a good shot. He was looking for a wider Yorker length, and Longville said, "I know you, Peters, and I will take advantage of you." Here is Peters again to bowl to Longville. Longville is hitting this one again down to mid wicket now. Come off this little boundary. They've gone for one. We'll come back for a second. We'll get it too. That is a very, very, very expensive over. The over coming to an end, and at the end of over number 20, it is 160. The 160 has been raised. 160 for 9.
Very good going here. And that's a very bad over there, John, because this is the last over. The man is coming across the stumps, and as the bowler, you can see that before. So you're not going to give him the ball there so that he can hit your way, but he gives him the ball every time, and that was a huge 6, John.
It was indeed. Longville packing a good punch, and some 18 runs of the final over, some 18 runs, and at one stage it was looking like they would only get up to just about 145, 150, but as we predicted 160, they have gotten 160, and the score, can you tell, is that the highest score for the season so far?
Yes, I think so, yes.
And so the Farrington Super Sixers has gotten up to 160 for 9, and it is going to be an uphill back task for the Razer Massive with the absence of the likes of Clifton, Richardson and Ashan Hodge not in the fold today. It is going to be an uphill battle for the Razer Massive.
Yes, it's going to be a tough job for them, which will be 8 runs per over, and that's a uphill task, except that Landville gets going today, and of course we know Keith Harrigan, he can hit the ball as well. But all in all, it ended up a very good innings here for the Super Sixers, and then with Monson getting some 66. And one of the things that I observed to John in this match is that I don't know who is the captain for the Razer Massive, if it's Landville, but the captain should have started here with his spinners, but it didn't last long. Proctor didn't last too long. He got 15 runs, and of course he had the ball coming on to him from the fast bowler. So 160 runs to get from 20 overs, which means it's like 8 runs per over, and it will left to see if the Razer Massive can get that score.
Well, I would suspect that the Razer Massives feel that they would have allowed the Super Sixers to get maybe 15 runs too many, with them ending on 160 for 9. I would have suspected that when Peters got the 2 wickets in 2, they would have tried to clean up the tail very quickly, but in actuality they were not able to clean up the tail with David and Peters bowling at the death. They were not quite able to get rid of that last partnership, and it was some good hitting by Longville that allowed for the Super Sixers to get to this 160. We can see that the Super Sixers pace bowlers, or some of their pace bowlers, are getting some work in. with the physio. We know that they have a number of pace bowlers, and they will only be adding to their pace bowling attack with the re-additions of the man Landiford and Nathan Edward. Landiford, he is rapid. He is absolutely rapid. Edward, he provides some variety as well. He's a left-arm pacer. So those two, as well as Damian Hodge and Basimba Bowen, they will be the backbone of this pace attack. And they also have both Palmer and Danny Proctor to add to their bowling attack. So they have a very, very good.
And then Munsmith there who can bowl some slow stuff as well.
If you need some off spin, you have Terry Adams and Munson Hodge.
That's right.
If you need it, but I think that they will try to use their paces on this surface. So we saw that David was getting a bit of movement as well as Peters early on, and we know that the batting for the Razer Massives suddenly will heavily depend on Peters and Kenroy David, with Sean Hodge, Kishon Richardson and Richard Burton being out. It suddenly looks very, very dependent on how David and Peters get going here today, with them being probably the two figurehead batsmen in this lineup. We know that Rogers, he can hold the bat. You know, Lanville Harrigan is Lanville Harrigan. We saw the heroics of Keith Harrigan the other day, and we also know that Wright, he can also bat a bit. He's a quality batsman, so cannot quite discount the Razer Massives. They do have the batting power to chase down these 161 runs needed for victory, but it will be a tough ask against this Super Sixers bowling attack.
Yes, it's going to be an uphill task. But as we know, Doc, in cricket, anything happens. It takes one ball to get a wicket and takes several balls that you can make runs.
So as you can see, the warm-ups taking place for the Super Sixers. It will be the wicketkeeper batsman Longville, who we will focus on. Longville, out of St. Martin, he is a good wicketkeeper batsman. I would have played with him previously as he was younger, really, on the under 15 circuit. That's when I would have first seen him play for St. Martin up against Anguilla, and he wasn't really the power hitter that I've seen today. Today we can see that he was always very well built. He was always built very well from a young man, but as he has grown, his power has really come to the fore, and he hit some very big shots, most specifically that huge six up and onto the pavilion here on the western side of the ground.
Yes, and Doc, something of noteworthy here is that the last over being bowled, the batsman was getting across his stump before the ball is delivered, and yet the bowler is giving him the ball where he could just get more outside of his wicket and pull it into the onside. In those circumstances, you have to bowl the ball into his pad. You have to bowl the ball into his pad. But the bowler wasn't doing that. He was bowling outside the off stump. He's going outside the off stump and he's pulling the ball into the onside. And that's why he had something like, 18 runs out of the final over.
Yes, he was bowling directly into the batsman's hitting arc, and I believe, yes, it was 18 runs coming off that final over. It went from 142 to 160, and they did end on 160. 160 for 9 was their final score. And I must say that Peters, I think his length was a bit too full as well in that over, because he was allowing for Longfellow to hit straight through the ball.
That's right.
He was able to connect cleanly with it. If he had pulled back his length a bit, maybe tried to hit the deck a bit harder, it would have been more difficult for Longville to adjust to the length or even had he gone fuller really and tried to get under the bat and try to stick it under the bat of Longville, that may have been a better option, but he was just banging it in on a full length and allowing for Longville to swing cleanly through the line of the ball.
And we can see that the Farrington there under the physio, the trainer there, and the trainer looked like that's Winston Duncan, and they're really doing some hard running there, and hope when they go out into the field of play that they'll be able to continue that sort of speed behind the ball.
That's it. Seems to be the Pacers, the main Pacers that are working with Winston Duncan. Damian Hodge, Longville, sorry, that's Landeford, and Nathan Edwards. Longville and Landeford, two very similar last names, so I've pretty much been mixing them up, but Longville is the keeper and Landeford is the bowler. It's been Landeford, Edward, and Damian Hodge who have been doing the majority of the work with the physio, but we know that for Simba Bowen, he will not be too far away from the ball either. He is one of the fastest bowlers in this competition, and we do know that these Super Sixers, they have a number of very fast bowlers.
Yes, last week we saw that they used their pacemen exclusive against the pointers, and that the pointers were able to make some good runs. All in all, and I think last week, Landeveld was his name, the pacer from St. Martin. Landeford, he was not here the last match.
He was not here.
But he's been the quickest that I've seen for the season. That match, that thing there, and then last week, we saw Simba coming in with some good pace. But all in all, we'll see what happens here today. As
I think we have to get the speed gun out because, by my estimation, I think Damian Hodge may be the quickest. I don't know. I can't tell. I wouldn't envy being out there on that track with those three pacers coming in with that fire that they do possess. And bowler get very much into the wicket. They seem to like to go into the wickets and use the surface to generate some good bounce.
Yes, and I was watching some of the test match there today, and we saw when Broad pitched that ball into the legs, to the rib cage, and when the batter was trying to fend off, it took the leading edge and went straight to the man at point.
Yes, it's been a very interesting test match going on between New Zealand and England. We saw Mitchell, I believe, scoring 190, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that is correct.
He was partnered by, was it Bracewell?
Bracewell.
I think it was Bracewell who scored a century.
No, not Bracewell. Bracewell scored, I think, 50 odd.
Bracewell scored a half century. I will get the other batsman for
which
you.
Which scored 102 or something like that.
And that. I believe it was New Zealand's highest fifth wicket partnership ever. I will get that for you momentarily. It was Mitchell who was partnered there by, was it Devon Conway? Not
Conway, I think. I think it's Conway.
It may have been a Conway.
I'm not too sure, but it was a very big partnership.
It was Tom Blundell. It was Tom Blundell who was his partner. Yeah. Blundell and Mitchell, who put on that wonderful partnership of over 200 for the New Zealand side that got them to that tremendous target.
Massive total.
500 and about 553 odd.
553.
553 was their total.
And what is the closer play score?
Last score I saw for England was 94-1, but I will get you their confirmed score at the end of play. Yes, they did end play at 94-1. After New Zealand scored 553, they have currently Alex Lees, who's at the wicket. He's on 34, and Ollie Pope, the number 3 batsman, the makeshift number 3, who is on 51. Crawley fell early, caught by Blundell behind the wicket, and bowled by Trent Bolt for 4. New Zealand, they were able to get to 553 Earlier, it was Willie Young and Devon Conway who scored 47 and 46 respectively. And then Mitchell and Blundell put in a brilliant partnership. Mitchell with 190, Blundell 106. Bracewell, he fell for 49. And they were able to get to 553 off the back of those wonderful innings.
And the Doc, we saw the demise of West Indies yesterday.
I must say, I was trying to avoid this conversation because it was a difficult game to watch. As we saw in the first innings, in the first game, they were able to score some very good runs, scoring over 300 with Shea Hope amongst the runs once again. He was able to score 127, if I remember correctly.
Somewhere in that region.
I will get you his exact score in that first game. It was West Indies who scored 305, Shea Hope 127, Shamar Brooks scored 70. That was the main contributors, while Powell came in at the end with a 32 of 23 cameo. And then Pakistan just decided, if you can do that, I can do this, I can do better. Imamul Haq with a half century of 65, Rizwan scored 59, and Kushnil Shah came at the end with some lusty blows for 41, but it was Baba Azam, the class, the sheer class of Baba Azam with 103 from 107. It seems like the ODI format was built specifically for Baba Azam.
As I could tell you that for sure, and then yesterday watching him along with the other thing, with 77, he's in good form.
His form
he's
is
in good
immaculate. The Pakistan, they were held down for a bit in the middle, but they were able to get 275 for 8, 275 for 8. With Imamul Haq once again amongst the runs, he scored a 72, and Baba, that. Him again. It's always him, isn't it, for Pakistan? I believe he has 6 or 7 innings with scores above 50, going across formats from the test formats series versus Australia, if I remember correctly, all the way down to the series here in the West Indies. But versus the West Indies, his scores have been above the score of 50 all the way through, and then the West Indies, they would have started well. They lost hope early, but Mayers and Brooks were looking good until Mayers fell for 33. Going for one big shot too much against Mohammed Wasim Jr. He was bowled for 33. Shamar Brooks, he scored 42. King came in. He didn't last too long. He went for a duck. Puran was there for a bit, but his form has not been that good as of late. He moved to 25 before he got out. Powell scored 10. Hussein was there, but he lost every partner that he had with Shepard, Joseph, Walsh, and Phillip, all scoring and combined, 10 runs? Or 9 runs, I believe.
And I think West Indies lost the last 8 wickets for some 84 runs.
Yes, it was not a good...
the spinners really bamboozed them. They were bamboozed by the spinning of the young man who got 4 wickets for 19.
Mohammed Nawaz, 10 overs, 4 for 19. Shadab Khan, the leg spinner ball, 9 overs for 40 runs and 2 wickets. And it was a typical West Indian collapse.
And, reading the news the other day, we noticed that Sharma has been dropped, and now he's making runs. He's dropped from the test side. And then now he's saying, well, look, I've been dropped, but now I am making some runs. And Virasamy Pamal, he's also dropped from the test side. But all in all, we have newcomers. We have Tangerine Shandapal, he'll be in, and another spinner is coming in to join the squad. So all in all, West Indies, Afghanistan, I think, will be down here. I think they're here already in the Caribbean, and the next week they'll be playing against the West Indies. So all in all, we're looking forward to having Afghanistan here in the Caribbean. And tomorrow, West Indies will be coming up against Pakistan in the 3rd ODI. I think that game starts at 7 o'clock in our time, 7 or 8 o'clock in our time. So we believe West Indies will be looking to see if they can pull back one, because they have lost the series already 2-0, and tomorrow they'll try to see if they can get some pride back into the game. But with Pakistan, and especially that man Baba, he's a stroke maker, and he's the captain, and he's leading by example in the matches so far. Very good batsman, and he plays some beautiful strokes all around the wicket. He reminded me of Sachin Tendulkar. When these guys get to the wicket, you have to get them out early. If you don't get them out early, they are going to leave you there blundering. They're going to have you crunching and making sure that they play the ball all around the field. And even today when I was watching New Zealand and England, is that Mitchell, the pace bowlers were trying to bowl to Mitchell too short. And all Mitchell had to do, get into his wicket and pull that ball, pull it very, very hard, and also his hook shots. So all in all, we hope that all will go well for West Indies tomorrow in the third and final one-day against Pakistan.
Yes, I would hope to see a much better performance, and I would also hope to see Casey Carty getting back into the ODI side for the West Indies. He was scoring some good runs versus the Netherlands, but then he was dropped really for Rahman Powell, I would assume. And Powell has not been in good form thus far. It seemed really like the obvious change at the time due to the form Powell showed in the previous series. But Powell has come in, he has not been striking well. Bonner, he was dropped for, was it for
I think it's Shepherd. I'm not sure.
Well,
Bonner was dropped for Shepherd.
I'm trying to exactly remember who Bonner was replaced by in the ODI side, if I remember correctly, for the West Indies. Was it Mayers?
But
No,
Mayers
Mayers
is back
played.
on the side. Mayers was tried as an open bat.
Yes, Mayers is opening the batting. Well, Shamar Brooks is opening the batting originally. So it's interesting to see exactly how they were able to determine who they would have dropped for who. And I will get that to you momentarily. I will tell you exactly who was dropped for who, by who, and for what reason. The third West Indies game, the third ODI, the West Indies, they would have had there was Brooks, there was Mayers, Hope, Puran, King, all continued in from the previous series. But then they had to drop two players in order to facilitate the introductions of Shepherd and Powell. And they dropped Carty and Nkrumah Bonner. Bonner was the obvious man to be left out. And after him, it was a difficult choice between Mayers or King. And King, who had been in brilliant form previously, he had pretty much cemented his spot. And with Mayers being the good bowling option he was, it fell to Casey Carty to be the man who was dropped. And what that meant is that Powell has come back into the side and he's not been in the best of form. But the two batsmen are out in the middle with the umpires. The fielding side is going to be making their way out momentarily. Well, they are out there as well. As it looks like Peters is going to be opening the batting, and I think it may be Akeem Charles who is opening with him. Not exactly certain. It looks like Peters and Charles.
And they'll be trying to get 161 runs from the allotted 20 overs. Yes, the crowd has improved over the close of the Farrington innings, the Super Sixers innings.
David. It's Peters and David, actually, the two opening batsmen. It looks like Peters is going to be taking first strike, and Damian Hodge will be opening the bowling. 161 the target for victory. 161 for victory. Hodge, the right arm quick, will be coming from this the commentary box, and then it looks like he may be partnered by Nathan Edward possibly from the other side, or will it be Landy Ford? We're seeing two bowlers marking their runs very early, so we know who the opening bowlers will be. As Hodge will be getting the first ball of the innings. Peters and David, the opening batsmen. Orders being given by the wicket keeper in Longville. It's just one slip in place for now.
14.
One slip in place. Captain Masimba Bowen is setting his field. It is going to be a deep third man, a deep fine leg. Point. Cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. The fielder for Damien Hodge, the right-arm fast-medium bowler from the commentary box end. Umpire says, let's play. And Damien Hodge now breaks into his run. He passes the umpire over the wicket into ball to Peters, and it's driven with such elegance between cover and point. That will be 4 runs. An absolutely glorious stroke from Peters.
Yes, it is. Glorious stroke. Between cover and the point there for 4. Glorious shot. He came on the front foot, saw the ball all the way, and played a magnificent shot. Good start here.
Oh, that was an absolutely glorious drive. He opened the face. Wonderful shot there from Peters. Hodge has to be a bit short. He was too full there. He's in now once again into ball to Peters. And this one is lined a bit closer to the off stump. And Peters just pushes it too short. Extra cover. Monson Hodge does the fielding. It will be no run. So he's trying to use the slip, but he's getting in swing. Natural in swing with the breeze as well as his natural movement. He will want to get the variety in there and move the ball away from the right-hander. It's in again now to Peters. It's shorter, and that's a good shot, but an even better stop there at short square leg. Brilliant work, diving away to his right to save the 4 runs. It will be a dot ball. Brilliant work there at short square.
Very good indeed, very good. Good stop. Dived to his right and made a brilliant stop because definitely the ball was traveling.
That probably would have been 4 runs. Hodge. And again now, over the wicket, into ball to Peters. And Peters is clipping it down towards mid-on. He will get no run. Fielding done there by Adams, it looks like. Nathan Edward. Nathan Edward, the naturally left-handed bowler and batter. As now the umpires are going to have a chat with the ball. Don't know whether the ball is damaged, I'm not certain. But Morton and Webster are going to have a chat, and now they're going back to their marks. The 2 batsmen are in conference in the middle. The captain and bowler are in conference. The bowler's mark. A lot of chats going on the field. Even the keeper and the first slip are having a conversation. And now I think the batsman wants a change in bat. I think Peters may have chipped his bat there in his attempt to clip it down towards long on, as Shapkin Ferguson is going to be coming in now to bring the change of bat for Peters. I don't think I saw Shapkin Ferguson in the field. He was on the field actually, yes he was. He didn't bowl, but he was in the field. He was not given the opportunity to bowl. We saw his last game he would have been sent off the ball due to bowling too many over-the-waist no balls.
You're not missing any cricket. They've resumed now.
It will be Damien Hodge. Breaks into his run, past the umpire, into ball to Peters. Again, it's wide outside the line of the off stump. Peters was trying to drive, only got a bottom edge through to the keeper for no run. His length is good for driving. He's giving good width as well. It's his second time now, but this time Peters missed out on it. Peters is on 4. The boundary through backward, well, through cover point was the only run scored so far. Hodgson again to Peters, and this time he drives over extra cover. It's a chase for Proctor. It will be close to the boundary, but Proctor will pull it back. Not before they are able to get, is it 2 runs, I believe. Peters on to 6. The score is on to 6. And that is the end of the first over. It is going to be 6 for the Razer Massives without loss.
Yes, good over there for Razer Massive, getting 6 runs. The strike rate is 8 runs per over. But as we go along, I believe that they will try to push this through. We saw another good delivery there going into the batter, coming forward and playing a glorious shot, but he didn't have the timing as he did with the first one, and he only managed to get 2 runs.
Well, it will be the man Landiford, I believe, who will be taking up the attack from the Polyclinic end. Be ready for some serious pace. This lad is quick. This lad is very quick.
Will be interesting to see what happens here.
Will he go for the short stuff? The field does not quite suggest it. Still a fine leg and a third man. And there is a very big gap there at mid-wicket due to the presence of a slip. Moving the fine leg a lot squarer now. That's going to be Landiford. The right arm quick from the Polyclinic end. Breaks into his run. Passes the umpire. Is into ball, and immediately he is greeted with an absolutely glorious drive through cover point. Once again, it will be 4 runs. This time to Kenroy David.
A glorious shot, as we would say, Doc. Not a man moved, just went to go and retrieve the ball. Glorious shot there from the batter.
Well then, we've seen 2 overs bowled, and in both overs, the bowler has been greeted with a brilliant stroke through cover point for 4. This one was a bit shorter. He was able to hit it on the up and keep it on the ground between cover and the point. He was able to get 4, was Kenroy David. Now they're bringing the fine leg into the ring and pushing back the cover into a cover point region. Now going to more of a deep cover. So deep cover and a deep third man, the 2 men out. As here comes Landiford. Past the umpire into ball to David. And now David pushes down towards the man at the deep cover boundary. It will be a single.
Good going so far. They made the adjustment to the field, so the batter only got 1 run there. Seems as though the line of attack will be the off stump from Landiford.
Yes, he's trying to utilize the slip fielder. As here comes Landiford. He will break into his run now, past umpire Webster, and trying to drive. There was Peters, but he was well behind that delivery. The pace caught him there. He was well behind that ball.
And all he had to do, just come across and slap it, but he stood his ground and just tried to swipe at it. All he had to do, just come across and have the open space there between cover and extra cover. 4 runs, but he missed out. Not very often you get those from a pace bowler.
It's going to be Landiford once again. Into his runner. He's into ball to Peters, and this one is a lot straighter. Peters can push it into the offside and get a single.
Yes, one of the things he can do, he can push the ball. The field is deep, so he can push the ball and call for the single. Field is very deep indeed.
Peters is on to 7. And the score is at 12-12 without loss in the course of this, the second over. Landeford from the Polyclinic end. He is now into ball to David, who's trying to have a big swipe at it and not able to make contact. It's going to be a dot ball.
Yes, as I said, Doc, all he had to do, you pick up the line of the ball and you can come across, but he's just standing there and trying to swing because that ball was outside the off stump. Come across and you'll be able to slap it any way you want.
Well, it will be Landeford once again into his runner, past the umpire, and this is a full toss and driven straight down the ground. Mid-on comes across and does the fielding, but David gets a single. David is on 6, Peters is on 7, and at the end of over number 2, it is 13 without loss.
Yes, good going. Though the striking rate is 8 runs per over, 13 from 2. But you know, somewhere along the line that they will start to pick up. 2 overs completed, and Damien Hodge is going to continue from the pavilion end.
Damien, he's going to be continuing from this commentary box end, bowling his right arm fast medium. They will maintain the 2 men being out on the offside. Large gap at mid-wicket, so Hodge can't afford to stray. There's a very large gap between the square leg fielder and the mid-on fielder. Can't afford to be wayward in his line anywhere down the leg side.
I guess he's tempting for the batsman to drive.
It will be Hodge. He's going to be into bowl to Kenroy David. To this delivery, David is pulling this one with some fury. It will be all the way over the rope for 6. That's a big shot there by Kenroy David.
Yes, as I said, Doc, he is tempting the batsman towards him. And there's no square leg. There's no deep man on the onside at all. So he probably is going to make some adjustment to the field now. As we see, Monson Hodge is coming down to have a word with, I think,
Bowen.
it is
The Captain Bowen.
Captain Bowen. So yes, he's going to make some adjustment to the field now.
He's taking out the slip and he is putting it at short mid wicket, it looks like.
And one of the rules in cricket, if you're going to fire, you fire hard. And that's exactly what the batter did just now. And was able to get 6 runs.
It was a flat, hard 6. Well played there by Kenroy David. He's in again as Hodge is going to run away from us now, past the umpire, into ball to Kenroy David, and short again. David pulls again, and it's dropped by Terry Adams. He was put there for that specific reason. Hodge ball it short again. David pulled again, and Adams put it down.
Oh, not Terry standards at all. Those are dollies to Terry, and he just did trying to hit his hand. Easy catch, but he missed it. All part of the game of cricket. That was the trap, and he fell into the trap, but he lives to fight another day.
Hodgson again to Kenroy David, and David is driving with such elegance. Such elegance. Oh, that was pretty to watch. Into the extra cover boundary for 4.
Wow.
That was a typical cover drive, a textbook cover drive, and he gets 4 runs.
All along the ground. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Lovely cricket here at the Webster Park. Come on out. Or you can watch it on Charles 54. Charles 54. Very good shot indeed. All along the ground.
It was Peters, sorry, who played that stroke there. It was Peters who played the stroke, the taller of the 2 batsmen. And here comes Hodge. He's once again into ball to Peters, and it's clipped. Oh, that's clipped with such precision between mid-wicket and square leg. 4 more runs. Oh, this is some pretty batting to watch.
Yes, it is. And as we mentioned earlier, that there's no man out on the boundary on the onside. They have the trap set that with the short pull, that where Tar was, and Tar put that catch down. So we see now that they're going to make some adjustment to the field as someone is going to the square leg area and not in the boundary. So I guess that they have these feelers there in case the batter miscued. But if he gets the ball, you can't get it at all. It will be going for 4 or 6.
28 without loss. They're off to a flyer, the Razer Massives, as here comes Hodge. It's into ball to Peters. It's clipped again behind square leg. It will be 4 more runs. Peters and David are having a blast. It was a full toss there from Damian Hodge. Peters said thank you very much, and he dismissed it behind square for 4.
Good shot indeed. A very good over here for Razer Massive. And as I said earlier, 8 runs per over. As you go along, the scoring rate will pick up. And so far in over number 4, they have picked up.
Well. That was a brilliant over of batting. At the end of 3 overs, it's not done yet. He has some balls left. Here comes Hodge once again into ball to Peters, and he drives it straight down the ground, and that would have been trouble. But the batsman, the non-striker's foot happened to be in the way, and he tumbled over, and luckily for him, he was able to get his bat down in time to prevent the run out. So finally a dot ball, no harm done. At the end of 3, it is 32 without loss.
Yes, a good going. So that's 32 from 3 overs. So that's 10 runs per over so far. The rate is 8 runs per over. And we do hope, as I said, that they're going to try to keep up with it, because it's 161 that they're chasing. And the way they are going now, except they lose some quick wickets, you never can tell with the game of cricket. So we have Tony there, and Tony will come in.
Well, Hodge, he's been expensive. Went for 6 off his first over, not too bad. Then I believe 19 off his second over. A brilliant piece of batting by Kenroy, David, and Shaw and Peters. David is 13, I believe. Peters is 19. It's 32 without loss. As I say, good afternoon to Tony.
Good afternoon, Dak. Good afternoon to all of our listeners taking in broadcast. Lovely game of cricket here.
It will be Landeford to continue. Landeford is into ball to... He's bowled him! Kenroy David going for a big heave has been knocked over. Looked like an inside edge onto his off stump, and the partnership has been broken. He has to go.
Well, yes, and that was the end of David after some really lusty hitting from the other end. They were just trying to play one shot too many, and in that effort, losing his wicket and giving the Farrington Super Sixers their first scalp for this afternoon. As we continue to raise a massive, they have really set themselves a good solid platform in chasing these runs, and I think maybe just one shot too many after what was a really flourish of runs in that previous over.
Well, it looks like it may be Akeem Charles who is the new batsman. I think the new batsman is Akeem Charles. Charles will have to contend with the pace. I think the pace is what beat Kenroy David there. Landeford is probably the quickest bowler in this APL this season. The pace seemed to have caught up to him there.
Yes, certainly the pace, too much for him, played all over it and was comprehensively bowled there. But again, I'm saying they would have had a really good over. These bowlers are only allowed to bowl 4 overs per person, and with the pace of the Farrington Super Sixers bowler coming from the polyclinic end, they could have really tried to at least see him off and try to make lighter work of the other bowlers as well. But after having a good start, the Farrington Super Sixers could feel very well to at least sit the back of one of these batters who was really going great guns.
Well, it will be the left-handed batting Akeem Charles who will have to deal with Landeford. It looks like it will be a deep fine leg and a deep third man to the new batsman. Slip has come back into place. taking the man from a square leg and moving him into the offside field as well. So the typical aggressive field in a T20 encounter within the power play. The pretty much a 6-3 field set to the offside to the left-handed Akeem Charles. One slip in place. It's Adams back in slip. As it will be Landiford tossing the ball from hand to hand. And now breaks into his runner. From the polyclinic end, he's into bolt Akeem Charles, and Charles is forward and pushing down to a short extra cover. It will be no runner.
Nicely done there by Charles, just getting to the pitch and really gently pushing it out there to cover where the fielder fields. So playing the ball and it's merit now.
So it was a good ball there from Landiford as he is in again now. Landiford passes umpire Webster into bolted Charles, and Charles trying to go for a quick single, but Proctor was on patrol there at point to make sure it was no runner.
And a good line and length there is Landford. They're really bowling nicely from the polyclinic end, working up some steam of pace, and having picked up that wicket, certainly be looking to at least make further inroads into the Razer Massive batting.
Landiford is in now, and he'll abort this run. Didn't get a good jump, I believe. So Charles will have to wait once again for Landiford, who will try to remark his run relatively quickly.
They've had a good start, but they're missing some of the key batters this afternoon. Is the Razer Massive. Don't know how deep their batting is at this particular point.
32 before 1 as here comes Landiford into bolted Charles. This one maybe directed down to third man as they're coming back for 2, and it's very good running. Very good running by Charles and Peters.
So 2 good runs there to get Charles off the mark and to add more to the score that they started so nicely here after having put on good opening partnership here by the 2 batters. Using that wicket, they'll be looking to consolidate and to push further as this game progresses.
As it will be Landiford. Just waiting on Charles to get ready. He's now breaking into his runner. Into ball to Akeem Charles, and it's short, and he just sways out of the way of that one. A surprise short ball, a good surprise short ball there by Landiford. One over the shoulder signals the umpire, as after this over you will be hearing the voice of Millington in the hot seat. 34-34 for the loss of 1 wicket. 34 for 1 in the course of the 4th over. As here comes Landiford into bowl to Akeem Charles, who's trying to drive at this one outside the line of the off stump, and he will not make contact. It's no runner. Good movement there from Landiford, and at the end of this, the 4th over, it is the Razer Massives chasing 161 for victory. They are 34 for 1.
34 for 1 is the Razer Massive chasing a total of 161 for victory put on there by the Farrington Super Sixers, and really good over there. Paced up, I would say, by the fast bowler there for the Farrington Super Sixers in Langford, just allowing 2 runs off of that over, but in the same vein picking up the wicket of David. As I say, welcome back to the man Millington in the commentary position.
Thank you, Tony, and welcome. It's good to have you. It's going to be Edwards who's going to be taking up the attack from just the commentator's booth end. Edwards, the left armer. Number 24 on his back. Will be taking over from Hodge, who has been very expensive from his 2 overs. Rather expensive. It's 34 for 1. 34 for 1 in search of 161 for victory. The Razer Massive Remember earlier in the day, they won the toss and asked the Super Sixers to take the first strike. The Super Sixers made, they scored some 116 their innings. And in search of that, it's 34 for 1. And just seeking to defend it is the Super Sixers. It's going to be Edwards, number 24. Moves away from us here. Left arm over the wicket to bowl to Peters. Bowl to Peters, that's down the leg side. Bursts through the glove of Longville. Has some pace along Edwards. Total moves on by 2. Wide call and signal by the umpire. Has some steam. Not the tallest of a man, but he walks up some good pace. Peters is on 19. Charles is on 2. The man gone. Bowl is David. Has bowled for 14 from Longford. It's going to be Edwards. It's going to be bowling to the left-handed Hakeem Charles. Ring fielders on the offside. Here is Edwards to bowl to Charles. Bowl to Charles. Charles is getting one that I didn't know much about that one at all. Just about the 4th stump. Making some height outside the line of the off stump. I guess he would want to take this wicket with him. So far, looks good. Action, nice, easy action. Nice height.
Yes, and he's just about maybe about 5'5", 5'6" maybe.
I don't know. I guess you're
Very short, diminutive, but certainly putting some steam.
Walking up some pace here. Here is Edwin. Moves away from us. Passes umpire Morton. Bowl to Charles. Charles to this delivery. He's getting one outside the off stump. That is cutting straight to backward point. Can't score. Score remains on 36. 36 for 1. Kenroy David. The man sent back when the score was on 32. Edwards walks back to the top of his mark. Mid on, mid off. Cover, extra cover, backward point. Man on turn, man bongi, short fine leg, mid wicket and the short and this one outside line of the off stump. Charles doesn't know much of what is going on there. That one was carried up and it's a bit low. Charles shading the off stump was that one. Charles not willing in getting in line at all, not eager in getting in line. Edwards has backed him up, and so he's not eager in getting onto that front foot. Here is Edwards, passes the umpire, bowl to Charles. Charles is hitting this one straight to the man at extra cover, can't score. And one was carried up to the bat on that occasion. There was Charles coming forward and stroking it straight to Terry Adams, who can be happy with himself now as dropped David and not really counting for much. Here is Edwards again to bowl to Charles. Pass the umpire, bowl to Charles. Charles is driving straight back to Edwards. Doesn't feel cleanly. The ball ricocheting and going on to short mid wicket there. It's Manson Hodge into the 4 of the Super Sixers. Cleans up, no run resulting. Here is Edwards again, looking for his first wicket. Charles taps away, waits for Edwards. Edwards is a Yorker length. This one is going to get one. His mid-off has to move to his right. That's skipper Masimba Bowen. Charles gets one, retains strikes. Charles is on 3. With him is Peters. He's on 19. And the total is 37 for 1 at the end of 5.
At the end of 5, just scoring about 7 runs and over Millie. And tight consolidating bowling here by the Farrington Super Sixers after that flying start that the Razer Massive got off, man. The wicket have just pegged their scoring back just a little bit and has given the Super Sixers just a chance to contain both of the batters here. We see that over from Charles. Apart from that one that kept a trifle low there, some pretty good mounts, pretty good pace, beating the batter there. When the bat did get to ball, it was only played straight to the fielder. So good tight bowling here from both ends from the Farrington Super Sixers, Millie.
Along the fun. To continue, over number 6. It's going to be bowling to Charles along the front, along the wicket. Passes umpire, ball to Charles. Charles is pushing up to extra cover. The man there in attendance is Munson Hodge. Doesn't feel cleanly and allowing the single. Pressure put on him and he was not able to pick up the ball cleanly. Hakeem Charles moves on by 1 to 4 and the total moves on to 38 at the same stage. Then Super Sixers in the 6th over. At the end of 5, they were some 31 at the end of 5. It's going to be long for to come right arm over the wicket to the right-handed batsman. That is Sherwin Peters. And for the most of the day, I was saying Kenroy Peters. It is Sherwin Peters. And the Wood Island all around there walks away. Some adjustment is being made to the field. It's man on the fine leg boundary who's asked to come on the circle, and the deep extra cover is posted. It is Peters stops away, waits more along the fund from the Central Clinic, Polyclinic and bowls to Peters. Peters is driving just to the left of mid-off, who doesn't feel cleanly. They have gone one. They will come back for a second. Skipper Bowens there fouling that one up and allowing 2. Peters is back on the strike. He's on 21 and the total is on to 40 for 1 in the course of over number 6, final over of the power play, when 5 fielders will be allowed to be outside the 30-yard circle. It's only 2 for now, and the 2 it's third man and the deep extra cover that is allowed. There is Peters is driving, just pushing it up to the wide of mid-off, fielded there, and 1 run conceded. Peters inches on, he's on 22. The total is on to 41. So 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-meter circle, 30-yard circle during the first 6 overs, which is termed as the power play. And for the Farrington Super Sixers, they have the fine leg and third man, the 2 men out. It's going to be long the fall. We'll continue to the left-handed Charles. Hakeem Charles taps away, waits for along the front. Ball and right arm around the wicket. Passes umpire Webster. Ball to Charles. Charles is pushing this one again to cover. The man at regulation cover their fields. Can't stop the single. He's sitting deep on the circle. And so Charles moves on by 1 to 5 and the total moves on to 42. In the course of over number 6. At the same stage there. Just even Stephen. Here is Longford again. Back over the wicket to accommodate the right-handed Peters. Bowls to Peters. Peters is getting a full toss. He's hitting it straight on nose drop. That should have been a sitter, and Adam drops it. That's a no ball. In fact, it's a no ball. It's a high full toss, no ball over the waist, and it's 5 runs. So it's going to be a free hit. Peters will enjoy a free hit and 5 added runs. Peters moves on by 4 to 26, and the total moves on by 5 to 47.
No ball. There could certainly feel a little bit better because seeing the no ball signal by umpire Jack Webster there, but that should have been a dolly of a catch.
It should have just been 1 run. Well, it could have been 2 because they would have run the run along with the no ball. It would have been 2. In fact, he led some 5 runs. So free hit. Signal by the umpire Jack Webster, acknowledged by our scorer there, Livingston Clifton. Here is Long the fall to bowl to Peters. Peters is sitting this one. That's a more commanding shot. 2-1 bounce into the road. That goes away for 4. Lovely shot there by Peters.
Lovely shot by Peters, and that's just about brought up the 50 there for the Razer Massive team. And a good shot there, really taking the opportunity of that free hit. They're putting it away in similar fashion, just past the fielder down there into the boundary for 4.
Yes, the previous delivery was straight to him, and this occasion it was to his left, and he had no chance on that occasion. 1 bounce into the road. That goes away for 4. The total races to 51 for 1 in the course of over number 6. The power play here is along the foot to bowl to Peters. Peters is coming back and just pushes out to Shakova. Gets 1. Peters retaining strike at the end of the power play. At the end of over number 6, Peters is on 31, and the total is 52. 52. His partner Charles is on 5, and at the same stage at the end of 6, the Super Sixers, they were 36. They were 36. So a matter of 12, some 16 runs.
16 runs,
Yes.
Yeah, so 16 runs the difference, and the Razer Massive really going great guns here. One of the games that they have looked a lot more steady in terms of chasing runs in this particular competition. And so it's a good game of cricket that we have on hand here, but we couldn't have done so without our kind sponsors. We want to say thanks to all of our sponsors, those who would have contributed to make this tournament this year, and the inaugural one last year a success, and we are still soliciting sponsors. If you can certainly do so, you can certainly get in contact with Mr. Alkins Rogers. He'll be happy to accept whatever you can. And so to all of our sponsors, we'll give you the name shortly. We want to thank you so much for allowing us to be presenting to our listeners and our viewers this wonderful game of cricket, Millie.
Edwards, it's going to continue. Again, I say thanks to man Lowell Hodge sponsoring our score sheets, and we are grateful because these score sheets doesn't cost cents, and we are grateful for his sponsorship. All those who are on board, indeed, we are grateful. Here is Edwards to bowl to Sherwin Peters. Bowl to Peters. Peters is stylishly coming forward, pushing it straight back to Edwards. Can't score. And this is the Sherwin Peters that I know. This is indeed the Sherwin Peters that I know. Very stubborn batsman. He loves the ball coming on to his bat. He's not going to shy away at all. He's going to pull you. He's going to drive you. Very stubborn middle order batsman Sherwin Peters. Here is Edwards, runs away, passes umpire Morton, bowl to Peters. Peters is driving, and he's going to get 1 because man Masimba Boyne is a more straight mid-off. Fields can't stop the single. Peters moves on to 32, and the total moves on to 53. Another 108 runs required. Another 108 runs. So the countdown is surely on. 108. It's going to be Edwards. Left arm over the wicket. To bowl to Charles. Runs away from us here. The commentator's voting. Bowl to Charles. Charles still is delivering. Getting one that is cutting. Doesn't make good contact. Doesn't time it. Just hits it into the ground and it goes out to backward point. Terry Adams is in attendance. No run resulting. Score remains on 53. 53 for 1 at the same stage in the 7th over. The Super Sixers, they would have lost their first wicket. Here is Edwards to bowl to Charles. Charles is getting a Yorker delivery. They are looking for a single. Good call there. Charles calling Peters through, and he responds. And so Charles is on 6, brings Peters, who is on 32 on strike, and the total moves on to 54 for one in the course of over number 7. Here is Edwards to bowl to Peters. Bowl to Peters. Peters is ball! That was an injudicious shot. Oh, that was naughty. That was very, very naughty. A well set batsman. And that was a naughty shot. Peters getting an inside edge onto the off stump. It was a naughty looking shot. No foot movement. Head in the air. And Edwards sends back Peters for 32. It's 54 for 2.
Yes, Millington, a very terrible shot there from a set batter. And I was just about to mention that he will need to stay there as long as possible if the Razer Massive are to get anyway close to overhauling the total set by the Farrington Super Sixers. And the Farrington Super Sixers can be happy that they have been given, well, Peters have given them a wicket, so to speak, having played some really crisp drives, some good shots, but at the end of it, giving it all away and walks back a dejected man. I'm certainly sure that he's not going to feel happy with that shot at all. It brings the veteran in the person of Lanville Harrigan, and I would want to think that the Razer Massive certainly will be a bit hard-pressed in overhauling this 160 runs that was put up by the Farrington Super Sixers, Millie.
Yes, indeed, and both batsmen, we could say, would have played some injudicious shots, playing themselves in and then getting out. David and now Peters giving his hand away, and there is a massive being short-handed in their battle with the likes of Keyshawn Richardson and Sean Hodge, who are under the weather from the COVID. Not here this evening, and the Massive are in some early trouble here with David and Peters, the two main batsmen, being sent back.
Well, good consistent bowling, you see, though, mainly from the diminutive Charles, who has just been there and thereabout, not giving anything away, making sure everything on target. If you messed up, then I will certainly clean you up. And, so good bowling there from Charles.
Wasn't Edwards a part of the West Indies under 19 team? I'm more than sure. Here is Edwards, the ball to Lanville Harrigan, the veteran, who pushes up to mid-off, gets one. Lanville Harrigan is off the mark.
Edwards, yes, I beg your pardon.
Lanville Harrigan, he's on one. Edwards, the man there who will have featured on the West Indies under 19 team. And so our islands, or small islands, the two sistering islands nearby St. Martin and Anguilla, they have been producing some critters for the West Indies. They are not the biggest of islands, but they have been producing quality.
Oh, yes, and as long as they continue to put the work in and do the due diligence, they certainly will reap the benefits and the rewards that is there to be had. We have seen the likes of Casey Carty. Not sure why he is not playing in, he has not featured in any of those two matches that West Indies lost.
Well, he would have been substituted for the two players coming in, or Shepherd and Powell coming into the fore. They would have had some visa issues, so they were not able to fly to Netherlands, and so they are in Pakistan. And for seniority and experience, Casey has been given a boot, and to balance the team, they have brought in a Shepherd. So Bonner giving way to Powell, and Shepherd coming in for Casey Carty. Here is the new bowler, who is Palmer bowls to Lanville Harrigan. Outside edge found. It's running down to third man. They've gone for one. They're coming back for a second. Lanville is going to be in some trouble. No. He gets home. Lanville is on to 3. And the total is on by 2 to 57. 57. So Palmer taking over from Longford from the Central Polyclinic end. So we've seen him with the bat. Here is Palmer to bowl to Harrigan. Bowl to Harrigan. Harrigan is driving again off the outer portion of the bat. This one goes down to Wattish third man. Harrigan gets 1. He moves on to 4. And the total moves on to 58. 58. And brings Charles, who is on 6. The left-handed batsman. Charles is on 6 on the strike. Third man fine leg. Deep extra cover. And a backward point. Terry Adams just moving to a short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. Manson Hodge at more extra cover. Straight is extra cover. And the long off is going back on the boundary. Mid-on is in the circle. Here is Palmer. Right arm around the wicket. Pass umpire Webster to bowl to Charles. Charles is coming down on a Yorker length. Can't score. Good bowling there by Palmer. Yorker length. Charles coming down it. And unable to get any runs from that one. Score remains on 58 in the course of over number 8. 58 for 2. Very even Stephen here. Here is Palmer to bowl to Charles. Passes umpire Jack Webster bowl to Charles. Charles is getting one shot. He's pulling the man of the mid-wicket boundary. That's Yusuf Hodge. Will deal with some rather ease. Charles moves on by 1 to 7 and the total to 59. 59 and 103 runs. 102 runs rather required. 102. Here is Palmer to bowl to the veteran Harrigan. Bowls for Harrigan. Harrigan is getting this one off the pad. Charles is looking for a leg by. Harrigan was saying, son, I am not your age anymore. I will not be able to get down there, so you will have to return to your crease. Palmer walks back to the top of his mark. There's a signal from Charles. Charles is asking for new tips. Here is Palmer to bowl to Harrigan. Runs away from the top of his mark to bowl to Harrigan. Bowls to Harrigan. Harrigan is getting this one that is driving. And driving up to mid-off. Masimba Bowen stops it inadvertently. Can't prevent the single. The over coming to an end. And at the end of over number 8, it is Harrigan. He is on 5. Charles is on 7. It's 60 for 2. And after comments from Tony, the new commentator is going to be
60 for 2. 60 for 2, thank you, Millie. 60 for 2, the Razer Massive. So just going a tad there, 7.5 runs and over. And really, I've got to get going. Still need another 101 run off of the remaining 12 overs. And so they've got their work cut out for them here this afternoon. Given a good platform by the 2 opening batter, but they certainly would have gave their hand away quite a bit and caused the Razer Massive themselves to try to consolidate their innings in order to reach the total. We've seen some good tight bowling, both from the Farrington Super Sixers bowling so far, and it appears as though that is that Masimba Boyne who's going to come in now. As I say, welcome back to Doc. Good afternoon again.
As it will be the captain, Masimba Bowen, who will be coming back into the attack from the commentary box end. Coming into the attack, for the first time here from the commentary box end Masimba Bowen, the right arm fast medium bowler. He will have a deep fine leg, a long on, a deep point, and a deep third man. This is in now. As this delivery, Harrigan is driving into the offside. He will get a single. Just a single for Lanville Harrigan. As now they will get overthrows as nobody was backing up the wicket keeper. There was nobody backing up the keeper. And they will get overthrows. So Harrigan is back on strike. He gets 2 to his total. He's on to 7. The score moves on to 62. 62 for the loss of 2 wickets. Wickets falling at 32 and 54. 62 for 2. Bowen, the captain of the Super Sixers this year, will be breaking away from us now. Passes umpire Morton. He is into ball to Lanville Harrigan, and Harrigan is getting this one off the outside edge. Lanville Harrigan has to go. Caught behind off the bowling of Masimba Bowen for 7. He did not use his feet. He tried to just hang the bat out there, tried to swing the bat well away from his body, got nothing but the outside edge, and Lanville Harrigan has to go.
Lanville Harrigan, bringing our score to 62 for 3.
It is going to be, it looks like Akimel Rogers will be coming into the middle now. Rogers, the diminutive figure, wicket kept today for the Razer Massives, is now coming in to have a bat. The son of Elkins Rogers, I believe, the great of Anguillian cricket, Akimel Rogers, and we know that he's a dangerous batsman. He's a live wire batsman. A live wire batsman, as I would like to call him. Very energetic in the field, behind the stumps, with the ball in hand. Doesn't matter. He does everything. He does it all. And now he'll have to stay there and bat a long time for his team. As it's Bowen now. He's into ball to Akimel Rogers, and Rogers is opening the face and guiding it towards backward point for a single. Off the mark immediately is Rogers. He's on 1. The score is on to 63. 63 the score. 63 for 3. As Bowen will turn, and he now has the left-handed Charles batting. Bowen, he is into Charles, and Charles is opening the face and guiding it down to third man off the boundary. Who will do the fielding? Again, it will be a single. Charles on to 8. He's been there a while, but yet to really get into that free scoring motion that he likes. He's been timing the ball well, but straight to the fielders. Bowen. He's into ball now to Rogers, and Rogers trying to drive, gets a toe edge down to third man, but he does get the single. Again, the score moves on by 1 to 65. They are taking the scoring along here in the course of the 9th over. It's 65 for 3. Bowen into ball to Charles, and Fuller, and Charles again opens the face and pushes it down into the offside. This time to point, and this time they get a single. And that will be the end of this, the 9th over. At the end of 9, it is 66 for 3.
And it's a good time to tell you that we're still open for contributions and sponsorship for this tournament. If you are interested, you can call us here at 235-2288. You can speak to Alphonse Rogers, and we'll be glad to accept your sponsorship. In the meantime, we'd like to thank all those of you who have already agreed to sponsor, and thank those who are on their way to sponsor.
Palmer will continue his bowling now. Palmer from the Central Polyclinic end will have a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square. More of a deep fine leg, really. Also, will have the deep third man and a sweeper on the offside. Short extra mid off, mid on, and a square leg in the circle. As here comes Palmer, as this one is outside the line of the off stump. Charles is not using his feet, but he can't get contact on that one. May have hit the ground with the bottom of his bat there. As Palmer, he's generating some good pace as well. They have a number of good pacers amongst their ranks of the Super Sixers, as it's Palmer once again. Past the umpire, into ball to Charles, and Charles trying to guide it down towards the cover boundary, but thwarted there by Monson Hodge at extra cover. No run resulting, as Palmer walks back to his mark. Turns now at the top of his mark from the Central Polyclinic end as the long on goes back and the deep fine leg comes in. Palmer to Charles. It's short and Charles uppercuts it over extra cover. Doesn't quite time it well, but he will get the single. Charles is on what, 9 scorer? He's on 10. He's in the double digits. Charles is on a 10. The score is on to 67 in the course of the 10th over. 67 for the loss of 3 wickets. Those wickets being Peters, David, and Lambell Harrigan. Rogers on strike, as it's going to be Palmer. Past the umpire into ball to Rogers, and Rogers trying to clip this one down towards fine leg. It gets past the keeper. Fielding done there by Nathan Edward. Waiting on the signal by the umpire. It will be leg byes. Score is on to 68. Leg byes was signaled by umpire Webster. 68 for 3. As Palmer now will be running up past the umpire around the wicket to the left-handed Charles, and to this delivery. Charles is clipping it down to middle wicket for a single. Charles moves on to 11. The score on to 69 here in the course of the 10th over. 69 for the loss of 3 wickets. As Palmer will have to adjust his line to the right-hander Rogers. He'll be coming over the wicket now to the right-hander in Rogers. And Rogers is opening the face, trying to guide it. This time they won't take the single. And that will be the end of the over, and that should be the drinks break as well. And at the end of 10, it is going to be the Razer Massives in search of 161 for victory. They are 69 for 3.
Yes, the Razer Massives 69 for 3 at the end of the 10th over. And it's a good time to bring you up to date with our sponsorships for this tournament. We'd like to thank Jerry Suda, Neha J. Suda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and the Golf Club, Magical Insurance, Perito Ward Green Lendon, Zemi Beach Hotel, Republic Bank of Anguilla, King Ocean, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete's Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Safe Cargo, Best Buy Supermarket, Mega Charles 54, Clean Stream, Radio Anguilla, Pascal, Lloyd's Live, and 97.7 FM. And we'd also like to thank Mr. Lowell Hodge of the Anguilla Printers, and also Remington Lake, Lakes World, for the sponsorship of $1,000 for the individual award, that is the man of the match. And we're still open to
It will be Nathan Edward, looks like, who will be coming in for his second spell. Bowen just bowling the one apparently from this commentary box end. Edward, the left arm pace bowler. He was providing troublesome for Charles earlier, and now Charles will have to contend with him once again. It's a long off, actually a deep third man, a deep cover, a long off, a deep square leg, a deep fine leg. The men out of the circle as here comes Nathan Edward, and he's into ball to Charles, and Charles is driving down to the long off region. Man coming off the boundaries, Damian Hodge. They will try to run two. That was a very good throw in by Hodge, but good running by Rogers. We know Hodge is very quick across the ground and he has a good arm, Damian Hodge, but he just couldn't catch Akimel Rogers. Rogers runs well between the wickets, as it will be Nathan Edward once again. Edward past the umpire into ball to Charles, and he's clipping it down towards the square leg boundary. Man of the boundary quickly, well to the fielding, so it will be just a single. On to 14 he is, on to 14 is Charles, and that brings Akimel Rogers on to strike. Rogers is on two scorer. He's on two. Edwards past the umpire into ball to Rogers. Rogers getting one off the pad, but impact was well down the leg side, as well as the ball pitched down the leg side. Rogers, with his very open stance, is not in danger really of LBW from over the wicket. From the left-handed Edwards, if he wants to get the LBW, he'll have to come around the wicket. Edwards turning. Runs away from us now. He's into ball to Rogers. This one is off the top edge and it will go down towards the third man boundary. It will get close to the boundary, and in fact it will get into the boundary. That's 4 runs to Akimel Rogers. Not 4 intentional runs, but 4 runs nonetheless. He's on to 6. The score is on to 75. 75 in the course of over number 11. Razer Massives having won the toss, put in the Super Sixers to bat, and they are chasing 161 for victory. They're 75. Here comes Edward. He's into ball to Rogers. Opening the face, guiding it down to point. Man, there's Proctor. It will be no runner. Edwards, the left arm pacer. He's been bowling over the wicket. I've not seen him around the wicket just yet. And he's turning now. Past umpire Morton into ball to Rogers. It's a full toss. Rogers drives straight down the ground and he will get the single. Rogers, the ever lively Rogers. He is on to 7, and the score at the end of 11 overs, it is 76 for 3. Will be pace, pace, and more pace for the Super Sixers. Then on to ball to Rogers. Rogers drives down the ground to mid-off. He gets a single. I think Palmer's the man continuing the bowling attack. It is Palmer from that polyclinic end. Rogers on to 8. Scores on by 1 to 77. as Palmer will continue from the Central Polyclinic end. He'll be going around the wicket to the left-hander in Akeem Charles. Palmer into his run, past umpire Webster, into ball to Charles, and Charles opens the face and runs it down to third man for a single. They're rotating the strike very well, are these two, just consolidating and trying to hold on to the wickets that they have left. In search of 161 for victory. They know that these two will have to bat very deep if the Razer Massives were to have a chance of chasing down this 161 for victory, as it's Palmer, and he's into ball to Rogers, who's thwarting it down towards the cover point boundary. The man coming off the boundary will do the fielding, and they just get a single. Rogers has batted well thus far. He is on 9. And there's going to be sports action all day here in the Valley, as we do have some football action coming up later. It will be the Eagle Claw taking on the Diamonds FC at the REGTC. But here comes Palmer into ball to Charles, who's going to cut this one down towards the deep cover boundary for a single. The 80 has been brought up. Charles is on to 16. It's 80 for 3. Good batting thus far by the Razer Massives. 80 for 3. Peters was gone for 32. David scored 13. Lanville Harrigan scored 7. Those were the 3 batsmen dismissed. As it's Palmer into ball to Akimel Rogers, who opens the face and guides it down towards third man. They get one, looking for a second, and the misfield will allow for them to jog back for the second run rather easily. Rogers into double figures now. He's on to 11. Score is on to 92. 92 for 3. In the course of over number 12. It is 93, sorry, I've been corrected by the scorer. 93 for 3. Here comes Palmer into ball to Rogers, and again opening the face, guiding it down towards the offside, and he will get a single. That's the end of the 12th over. At the end of 12, Rogers is on 12. It is 94 for 3.
And it's a good time to say hi to Clifton Graves, who will be with us tomorrow afternoon, and we also like to hear the name of Spracker, who I'm sure is listening this afternoon. Spracker, hope you're doing well. And also to all our listeners who tuned in to Anguilla, Pacific, even on YouTube. That should be Edward Charles, 54.
It's going to be Edwards. To continue from this, the commentator's booth end. Runs away to bowl to Rogers. Bowl to Rogers. Rogers is coming forward. Full pitch delivery. Can't score. Score remains on 94. 94. Very evenly. 84. The scorer tells me. Sorry. I said 94. It's 84. 84 for 3 at the same stage. 13 overs. It's a matter of 11 runs difference. Here is Edwards bowling to Rogers. Rogers is crashing this one. It's going to go down to deep extra cover. Sweeper comes off the boundary and fields. Score moves on by 1 to 85. 85 for 3 in the course of over number 13. Even Steven game here. Edwards tosses the ball hand to hand, walks back to the top of his mark with number 24 on his back. Walks away, then breaks into his run. Left arm over the wicket, ball to Charles. Charles is driving through up down to long off. They've gone for one, looking for a second. Rogers is coming back, turning blind. This could be trouble here, and the return goes in, and Rogers is run out. Rogers is run out, turning blind. There were never two on there. The return went in to the bowler's end, and Rogers goes run out for 12, and the Razer Massives sinks in further trouble. They are 85 for 4. Rogers there turning blind with his back to the fielder. Charles was calling him through, and there were never two there. They didn't run the first run fast enough, and in the end, Charles getting home at the striker's end, but it was Rogers coming back to the non-striker's end who was run out. Good work there by the bowler on his follow through, getting back to his stumps and effecting the run out. So it's Wright, the new batsman, Orlando Wright, who has take on captaincy for today, taking up the captaincy from Ashan Hodge. Hodge unable to make it here. Right, just taking its time to get to the middle. As we say thanks again to all our sponsors. It's going to be Edwards who's going to be bowling left arm over the wicket to left-handed batsman Akeem Charles. Edwards runs away to bowl to Charles. Charles to this delivery is getting one outside the line of the off stump. Wide outside the off stump, looking for a big drive, expansive drive, not making contact. The ball goes through to be taken by the wicket keeper. No run resulting. Score remains on 85 for 4. Wicket going on with the score on 32, 54, 62 and 85. Here is Edwards, who runs away from us here to bowl to Charles. Bowl to Charles. Charles to this delivery is driving off the inner portion of the bat. They have got one. The man comes off the mid-wicket boundary. And field, no run, one run resulting. That carries Charles up to 17 and 18. The scorer tells me 18 is Charles. Wright is yet to score, and it's the end of over number 13. It's 86 for 4.
At this time, we'd like to thank our sponsors for coming on board, and we encourage many more persons to come on board with us to make this tournament a success.
Nice.
Of course, we'd like to encourage the players to continue to do well in this tournament.
So we are encouraging sponsors on board. We have a number of individual awards. We want to reward the award players, and so we are asking for more individual sponsorships. Here is a Palmer to bowl to Charles. Bowl to Charles. Charles to this delivery is leaving one outside line of the off stump wide. A call and signal by the umpire. Score moves on by 1 to 87. 87 for 4 in the course of over number 14. Over number 14 being bowled by Palmer from the Central Polyclinic end. Charles stops away. Wait for Palmer. Palmer is coming right arm around the wicket. Passes umpire Jack Webster. Bowl to Charles. Charles is driving down to long on. They have gone for one. Looking for a second. Was Charles. Right, say no. You stay right there. I can't get back. I will not be able to get back. So you can hold your ground. Charles moves on to 19. Brings Wright onto strike. Wright. Yet to face the ball, yet to score. Score moves on to 88. 88 for 4. It's Palmer. Changes the line of the attack again. He's going to come back over the wicket to the right-handed Wright. Orlando Wright. Looks around the field. See some adjustment now, and it's that the fine leg has been asked to come on the Circle. Right, taps away. Waits for Palmer. Palmer passes umpire. Ball to right. Right is getting one. Full toss down the leg side. They have gone for one. Looking for a second. And it's not on as the man comes off the square leg boundary. Right is on one. Right is on one. Total moves on to 89. 89 for 4. In search of 161 for victory. Top score of 66 by Manson Hodge when the Sixers batted. Here is Palmer to bowl to Charles. Bowl to Charles. Charles is getting a good Yorker. He does well to keep that one out. He does very well to keep that one out of his stumps. That was going in on that middle and leg stump. Charles getting the bat down in time to keep it out. Score remains on 89. 89 for 4. Here is Palmer from the Central Polyclinic end to bowl to Charles. Bowl to Charles. Charles is looking for a bigger on drive. Ball coming off the inner portion of the bat and ricocheting off his pad. No run resulting. Score remains on 89. 89 for 4. Charles is on 19. Right is on 1, the non-striker. And Palmer, right arm around the wicket. Sees Charles, taps away and waits for him. When he gets there, Charles is pushing back down the track, can't score. Score remains on 89. 89 it is. Another 72 runs. 72 runs for victory. Here is Palmer from the top of his mark, walks and breaks into his run. Passes umpire Jack Webster. Bowl to Charles. He's flicking this one nicely. He's going to get runs here. They've gone for one. We'll come back for a second. Oh, that's a good boot in. Good boot by the man, by Yusuf Hodge. That must be a size 12. He got it down well and prevented the ball from going into the boundary, and the batsman could only get 2. So the over coming to an end. They are into the 90s. They are 91 Razer Massive, 91 for 4 in search of 161 for victory.
So we're here into the 15th over, 91 for 4. Razer Massive looking for a win this evening.
Well, they really have to step it up if they want to pull off this victory. And there's some 6 overs to go. Some 6 overs in search of another 70 runs. Another 70 runs from 6 overs. It's going to be Daniel Proctor who's going to take up the attack from this commentator's booth end. So 70 required. Daniel Proctor. So 11.5 runs required. Just about that. Just about 11.5. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. It's 11.5, 11.6 or somewhere there. Here is Daniel Proctor with number 22 on his back. It's a ball to Orlando Wright. Balls to Wright. Wright is looking to drive this one outside there. Looking to force it the one to backward point. Doesn't make contact. We're hearing the noise that we're hearing coming through our mics is from the Raymond Igishad Technical Center. His football will kick off in just a while. Here is Proctor to bowl to Wright. Wright is looking for an expansive drive. Doesn't make a contact. Keeper doesn't take cleanly, but prevents any runs. At the Raymond Igishad Technical Center, it's going to be a Claw versus the Diamonds. Here is one that is played played on the onside by right. That's forward of square. Gets one, right? Gets off the mark. Or in fact, he gets to his second run. And the total up to 92. 92 for 4. And if they have to put a fight on in this, they have to really step it up. They need at least 2 boundaries every over from here on in. Here is Proctor to bowl to Charles. Bowl to Charles. Charles is looking for an expansive drive outside the line of the off stump. The keeper standing up. And so he has to make sure that he stays in that in the ground. Randall Longville did a tremendous job. He took a very good sharp catch off Masimba Bowen. Off the bowling of Masimba Bowen, it was Lanville Harrigan who he sent back. Here is Proctor to bowl to Charles. Charles stops away. Wait for Proctor. When Proctor gets there, Charles is forcing this one down to third man. They'll get one. Just run it off the bat down to third man. He gets one. He goes on to 22. And the total moves on to 93. 93 it is for 4. Yeah, it's Proctor again to bowl to right. To this delivery is steering this one again down to the gully region. They've gone for one, looking for a second. The man of the third man boundary was very slow in doing so. Adams was very slow coming off the third man boundary and could not prevent the second run. So the score moves on to 95. It's the end of over number 15. It's 95 for 4. 95 for 4. Right is on 4. And with him is Charles. He's on 22.
Well, it's a small crowd looking here at this game, and we wouldn't mind if we had a larger crowd, but we want to thank all those who came out to watch the game. We'll be here tomorrow afternoon from 1 o'clock, and we encourage you to come on out and support the teams. In the meantime, we'd like to thank all those who sponsored this tournament. We'd like to thank Best Life Market and Robert Charles, 54, Queen Street, Radio Anguilla, Class Event, Lloyd's Live, 97.27 FM, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and the Peace Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Safe Cargo, King Ocean, Public Bank, Anguilla, Venice Beach Hotel, Carita Walgreen Lending, National Insurance, Jerris Studa, Miha J. Studa, American University of Anguilla, Arrow Resort and the Golf Club. And if you would like to support the tournament, we encourage you to call in and speak to Alkins Rogers. His number is 235-2288, and you can pledge your sponsorship. We'd be glad to have you on board, and we'd like to thank all those, including Lakes World, who graciously sponsored the individual award. And we'd also like to thank Lowell Hodge, who I think sponsored the scorers sheet.
Yes. It's going to be Masimba Bowen who's going to take up the attack from the Central Polyclinic end. He's going to be bowling to from the Charles. So wait and waits for Masimba Bowen. Bowen runs away past umpire Webster, bowl to Charles. Charles is hitting this one. It's in the air and 6 runs. Over forward of square. The man was coming in, and then we realized that he had to chalk back. But in the end, it goes over the top, over his head, and over the boundary. It goes away for 6. And the 100 has been raised. It's 101. 101 for 4. 101 for 4. Charles moves on to 28. Here is Bowens to bowl to Charles. Charles is getting a full toss. This isn't this in the air. Somebody's getting under it. Down on the long on boundary. And oh, in fact, it goes away. That's gone for 6 more. It goes away for 6 more. It goes away for 6 more. And Masimba Bowen is proven to be expensive on his return.
So that brought us to 107 for 4.
107 for 4. Well, they needed 11. They've gotten 12 in this over so far. Here is Masimba Bowen to bowl to Charles. Charles is opening up his shoulder. Bowl to Charles. Charles is stuck in this one. Down to long on again. They have gone for 1. That's all it's going to be. The return comes in. Charles moves on to 35 scorer. Yes. 35. It brings Wright, the right-handed batsman, on 4 on strike. The total moves on to 108. Bowens goes back over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed, to accommodate the right-handed Orlando Wright. Brings his fine leg in the 30-yard circle. Long on, long off. Deep extra cover. Here is Bowens to bowl to Wright. Wright is driving down to long off. They've gone for 1. They're looking for a second. It's not going to be hard. As the man coming off the boundary there is long the fill. Seems to be long the front. And there is 1 run. 109. 109. Wright is on 5. Here is Bowens to bowl to Charles. Passes umpire bowl to Charles. Charles is getting a full toss. It's in the air. He's going to be out. Bowens is getting a... Oh! It's dropped! Oh, it's dropped! It is dropped. Bowens and Proctor in a tantimalish look. And both fielders had no communication between them, and it's dropped. It's dropped. It's 110. Charles moves on to 36. Here is Bowens to bowl to Wright. Bowl to Wright. Wright is looking to drive. Yorker length delivery. Over comes to an end. And at the end of over number 16, it's the Razer Massive in sort of 161 for victory. They are 110 for 4.
So they're looking for approximately 51 runs in order to win this game, which most likely wouldn't happen after all.
Well, I'm not saying that. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty. We saw what happened in the closing of the innings for the Super Sixers. So cricket is a game that you can never count out and say it's over. So it's another 51 runs. 51 runs required. It is going to be Daniel Proctor who's going to take up the attack, who's going to continue here rather from the commentator's booth in. 4 overs. A run rate of 12. Here is Proctor to bowl to Charles. Bowl to Charles out. Is crashed down to backward point on the bung. The sweeper fields, fumbles, but Charles was just ambling through, and so he could not capitalize. He's on 37, and the total moves on to 111. 50 rather. 50 required. 50 to be had. In the course of over number 17, 3 to come after this. Here is Proctor making some adjustment to his field, asking his third man to go finer. Here is Proctor to bowl to Wright. Bowls to Wright. Wright is getting one outside the line of the off stump. A wide call and signal by the umpire. Total moves on by 1 to 112. 112 for 4. 112 for 4. Proctor, guilty of error in there. It's going to be Proctor again to bowl to right. Bowls to right. Right is missing an expansive drive outside the line of the off stump and doesn't make contact. The ball going to be taken by the wicket keeper. Score remains on 112. 112. The song that you're hearing there is the walking out of the teens. The remanigation of the playing field. Here is Daniel Proctor to bowl to right down the leg side. He was walking across, looking to pull that one down the to backward square. Doesn't make contact. Wide signal by the umpire. Score moves on by 1 to 113. 113 it is in the course of over number 17. With 3 to go after this one, they will really have to put bat to ball, leather to willow, the willow to the leather in order to get anywhere close to this target. Has to put the willow to the leather. Right moves on by 1. He's on 6 and the total on to 114. 114 for 4. It's Proctor again to bowl to Charles. Proctor runs away, bowl to Charles. Charles is getting a full one. He's hitting it down to, well, long on. They've gone for 1, looking for a second. They're going to come back to no. That's poor running. Poor running there. Charles just ambling. Right was looking for a second. Charles was just muddling in the middle. And he settled for the single. Score moves on to 115 in a time when you're not getting boundaries. You have to look for the doubles, the 2s and the 3s and look to run the field as rugged. Wasn't to be so. Score moves on by 1 to 115. 115 in the course of over number 17 being bowled. Poor bit of feeling running there by Charles. Here is Proctor to bowl to right. Bowls to right. Right is looking to turn that one down the leg side. And again, he's looking for a single. Is right. Charles is not interested. The end of over number 16 and number 17. And at the end of 17, it is the Razer Massive in search of 161 for victory. They are 115 for 4.
Yes, which means they need another one. 46 runs. Yes, 46 runs from 3 overs.
18 balls.
And this is a big task, but you never know in the game of cricket. So Razer Massive chasing 161, needing another 46 runs from 18 balls. So we'll have to have some real big hitting from this over and onwards. But it's not impossible, because the last over for the Sixers, they got some 18 runs.
Indeed. Here is Massive Boy, to bowl to Charles. Runs away, bowl to Charles. Charles is hitting this one down too long off. You have gone for 1. That's Hodge coming off the boundary and prevents any thought of 2. Total moves on by 100 to 1 by 116. And 39. 39 is Charles. Hakeem Charles. He's been batting for a while. Really would have to put back to ball. Here is Masimba Boyne. He's going to change the line of his attack. He's going to come over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed right. Runs away, passes the umpire, bowl to right. Right to this delivery. He is driving straight back to the bowler, can't score. Good bowling there by Bowens. Good depth bowling. A ball just on about the crease. Yorker length, and right is checking the bottom of this bat and saying, Boynes, you can't do that. The bats are too expensive. I can't afford one in these times. Here is Boynes. Turns at the top of his mark. Walks, then breaks into his run. Passes umpire Webster. Ball to right to this delivery. Is driving well. Down too long off. They've gone for 1. Will they look for a second? There's a fumble. Charles is going back. He's sent back. That's, again, poor bit of cricket. That's poor cricket by the 2 batsmen. That was 2 runs all the way. A fumble there by Longford. And Charles would have settled comfortably for 1. When he determined that there were 2, it was too late. 117 for 4. Here is Masimba Bowen to bowl to Charles. Bowl to Charles. Charles is hitting this one in the air. The man at long on and long off there. Coming in and the ball took a year and a half in the air. It got down where the long on came in and field, and yet they were only one run.
Yeah, that is poor running, John. Poor running. The batsmen, you have nothing to lose. You're going at the runs, nothing to lose. You have 2.5 overs left, so you try to get as many runs as possible.
Here is Bowens to bowl to right, bowls to right. Right is driving well. Extra cover is in attendance. They've gotten 1, and that's all they're gonna get. Right moves on to 8, and now they're gonna get not a good throw at all. They're gonna get the second run. So right moves on to 9, and the total moves on to 120. 41 to get. Is it possible? Can they get it?
That's the big question. But you never know. Have to go at them. You have to go. It's do or die.
Here is Bowens to bowl to right. Runs away, bowl to right, right to this delivery. He's getting one that he's looking to hike down to long on, off the outer portion of the bat. It goes out to the man at deep extra cover. Gets 1, right moves on to 10, and the total moves on by 1 to 121. And it's Charles who has to retire. Charles is going to retire out. I still catch the ferry back over to St. Martin, and that is a disadvantage. That's what happens when the game starts late.
That's right. And
So it's going to bring...
The last ferry is at what, 6 or so.
It's going to be Harrigan, that's Keith Harrigan, who is going to do battle for the Razer Massive. Remember what he did last time around?
Yes, the last time around, we had the St. Martin
Over.
fellas had to go. But now it's over 17 overs or 18
121. So it's... So the score tells me it's 122 it is, 122 for 4. It's right, the new batsman. And right is there, it's Keith Harrigan, the new batsman. He's on the non-striker's end. It's Daniel Proctor, with number 22 on his back, moves away from us here at the commentator's bowl to bowl to right. Bowl to right, right is driving, down to long on. They've gone for 1. That's all it's going to be as Keith Harrigan just labors, humbles his way down to the striker's end. Total moves on by 1 to 123, and right is on to 11. Right is on 11. Keith Harrigan to face his first delivery. Here is Proctor to bowl to Harrigan. Bowl to Harrigan. Harrigan is driving. It's getting out of the bottom of the bat and back to the bowler. No run resulting. Score remains on 123. 123 in the course of over number 17. Over number 18, sorry, is Keith Harrigan driving down to long on. He gets 1, and the total moves on to 124. 124 in the course of over number 18. 2 overs to be bowled after this. Here is Proctor to bowl to White. White is looking to dab that one down to the third man here. Okay, doesn't make contact. Score remains on 124. 124 for 4. It's going to be Proctor again. Scutters then runs away. Ball to Right. Right is tugging this one on the onside. It's a short mid wicket where Terry Adams fields. Gets one. He is on to 12. And the total is on to 125. 125 for 4. 125 for 4. Here is a ball that is angled down the leg side. Ball coming off the pad of Harrigan. No run result in the end of over number 18. And with 2 overs to go, it is the Razer Massive. They are still in need of some 36 runs. 36 runs. So, gettable.
36 runs from 12 balls, so that's
18 runs.
3 runs per ball.
Well.
Not impossible.
It is certainly not.
Yeah, but
Keith Harrigan is out there.
you have to get at least 18 runs from this over now.
Well,
18, 20, 26, 6 fours, 24, 6 sixes, 36.
Longford is going to come back here. Penalty made over. He's going to be bowling the speedy Longford to Right. Runs away from the Central Polyclinic end. Over number 19 to bowl to Right. Right is getting a good one. That is a nothing shot. It's been played there.
That one was just moving away from him, tried to play a shot, but missed the shot. And he's not coming across. He's not coming across at all. Instead of just pushing the bat, he should get across the off stump and try to play the ball, and it's merit.
And the scorer tells me that this is indeed the last over Kelsick. So would have gotten some a mix-up somewhere because the over did start at this end. It was Damian Hodge who started the bowling. So indeed, this is indeed the final over. Well.
Sorry, folks, that told me we misguided you, but unfortunately, happens like that sometimes.
Here is Longford to bowl to Harrigan. Harrigan is getting outside the line of the off stump. Doesn't make contact. Score remains on 125. 125 for 4. Score tell me 126. It's Longford to bowl to Harrigan bowl. So Harrigan is hitting this one down to mid-off. Gets 1. Score moves on to 127. It's an all 4 concluded game. It's going to be on the foot again to bowl to Right. Runs away, passes the umpire and pulls out. Doesn't bowl. Dead ball call and signal by the umpire. On that occasion, and some dust flying across the pitch. Pulling out of his run. Longford here walks back to the top of his mark, tossing the ball hand to hand. Walks, then breaks into his run, passes the umpire, bowl to Right to this delivery, is driving, past the bowler, bowler had to skip out of the way, down to long off, where Bowens is in attendance, and just lobs the ball back to Proctor there, lobs it back to the bowler. 128 is the score. Here is Longford to bowl to Harrigan. Bowls to Harrigan. Harrigan is rocked on the pad. Appeal goes up. Not out is the umpire. And they have gone for one. That's all they're going to get. And leg bias is the umpire. Score moves on to 129. That's the end of the game. The ball has been tossed to the umpire. And the Razer Massive going down here by some 32 runs. 31 runs. Yes, 31 runs to the Farrington Super Sixers. It was a good game. They started they reply very well, but in the end, falling short by some 31. After further comments from the man Kelsick, we are going to take you back to Master Control.
Yes, we had a very good game here. We saw that the Super Sixers getting 160 runs, with Munson Hodge getting 66 or so, and a very good partnership we had here from the opening stand for the Razer Massive. But all in all, it was a very good match here today, and we look forward to having you tomorrow. Join us again tomorrow at 1 o'clock. But before we leave you, we just give you the final word from our sponsors.
Once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors for coming on board and supporting us with supporting our worthy cars, supporting our teams here at the JRWP. And this afternoon you saw Super Sixers and the Razer Massive. So you can join us here again tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock. In the meantime, the Pointers will be playing
against the Beamers,
and they will be going up against the Beamers. And at this time, we'd like to thank our sponsors. We'd like to thank Lakes World for sponsoring $1,000 for the individual award for the man of the match. And then we'd like to thank all those who came on board in the beginning of the tournament. Jerry Suda, Miha J. Suda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and Golf Club, Nagico Insurance, Carita Walgreen Lindum, Zimmy Beach Hotel, Republic Bank Anguilla, King Ocean, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete's Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Safe Cargo, Best Buy Supermarket, Mega Charles 54, our gracious communicator, Clean Stream, also our gracious communication, Radio Anguilla, who's always on board with us, as well as Class FM, Lloyd's Live, and 97.7 FM. And we ask our listeners to join us again tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock when we will once again bring you live coverage for the game Beamers versus the Pointers.
So on behalf of our fellow commentators, we thank you for listening. And it's over back. It's now back to the studio's Master Control. Nick.
I need a new one of them. I can scarcely see that. I want me to take it and type it up.
You can type it up here.
And bring it next Sunday?
Yeah.
I mean tomorrow?
Yeah.
If I come tomorrow.
If you come tomorrow.
But then what you'll have?
I'll find something. I remember I took a photocopy of it.
Yeah.
Remember I have a photocopy in my car.
I'll type it. I'll type it. I'll go by my office and I'm going to type it up. I want
to look at the back.
Huh? Yeah. Huh? Yeah, he left. Oh, yeah, let's see.